Yo, good morning, M. Wallace. Sorry, I just caught that. I just pulled up Kick. How you doing, brother? Happy Monday to ya. I don't know if you've been seeing everybody chatting, but we got Columbus Day today, so we might anticipate some muted price action. I'm kind of weighing it with the fact that we had that huge gap up yesterday on Sunday. So we'll see. You know, because we had that huge gap up, I was anticipating we might have a little bit of movement today, regardless. Well, let's see. Yeah, I mean, it looks like the market's pretty neutral too right now. I don't know why my animations aren't working right now. Let's see. I'm gonna mess with it. Um, yeah, it's kind of tough to catch these scalps. I'm trying to catch order flow scalps, and we got a lot of kind of movement within the candle. So anyway, got to be careful about this. I mean, we got a wide range, so whether it's going up or going down, follow through or consolidation, I think there's probably going to be some opportunities here this morning. But it looks like having a breakout bias is going to be a tough one. Probably at least until something happens, we break out of this beginning range. Probably the initial balance. Yes. Yeah, Max. Um, so here, let me come back to where we actually opened the session, or opened last night, yesterday. So it's way down here. We've got a we've got quite a bit of, I guess, low volume. In this fair value gap. And we had these two big sell orders right here, but look like they're getting squeezed out. So looks like we're ranging instead of going down to take that gap. I don't know. We might bounce back and forth between this value area high and value area low. Right now, price action's been a pretty tough read, at least for me. Looks like we're kind of building momentum to go down right here, and then we just kind of bounce right here without any indication that we have kind of large aggressive buyers stepping into the market until we get up here. ES hasn't gone anywhere yet. Okay, that's good to know. This might be a good level to take. Let's see how price reacts up here. If we get a bounce off of it, or if we get follow through. I mean, to me right now, if we just had no bias whatsoever and we're just kind of looking, watching, we inverted that. We didn't create a gap on the way up, so that's one sort of subtraction on the points. But I mean, you can see that this looks. I mean, we got green candle, green candle, green candle, green candle. This is on the 5 minute. Like if we didn't have any sort of bias on today, whether it was going to be rangy, low volume, whatever the case may be, this looks like it could be, potential coiling up for a breakout. But just based on the way price is acting, I think it just needs to be a little discounted, because same thing here, red candle, one small green candle, and then push down. But then it kind of stopped on a dime. So let's see what happens up here. Oh, you're talking about CPI? I don't know. I didn't check Forex Factory this morning. Man, I can't believe how fast the time's going by. It's about to be Halloween, and then Thanksgiving, and then Christmas. My goodness. And then basically after Halloween, everything goes by so fast. So you see, we got a bunch of buying up here. No follow through, at least yet. But you couldn't anticipate that this is the coiling up continuation to break out, but I don't know. Every time I tried to short, it did not work out this morning. So trying to be patient, see if we see something. And right now, what it looks like is what I'm seeing is no follow through up here with this buying. Hey, what's up, pork and lamb? How you doing this morning? All right, 10 a.m. candle coming here in just 30 seconds. You can see this pushing up just a little bit. Now we've swept the high here. So if that was the objective, we've reached it. Now we need to continue to watch. Is there follow through? Are we coming back into this range? I look like Jade Cap. Yeah, I could see that. Jade Cap is Asian. Looking like we got some buying follow through. I've actually not calculated my highest month. I mean, I actually just got off a nice little run. I had 3 weeks. I had like a 12K week, an 8K week, and an 8K week. That's I mean, I've definitely put up big numbers in the past when I was doing swing trading. But like in swing trading, I would go like 1 month would be great. I don't know. It would be spread out. How many monitors do I have? I've got 4. I don't know. What you guys thinking? I mean, we broke above this level. We're still holding above this level. We haven't come back into the range yet. Tempted to go short if we keep seeing rejection up here at 24,900. And copy that, man. Might also anticipate that this is coming to dip back here, retest this level, and then continue going up. I mean, we haven't really seen anything that's rejecting big times. So I'm going to give it a shot coming back into the range. We'll see. Could be a retest. But I could also see a V-shaped reversal happening. Yeah, Max, you know how I've signed Han autographs before, right? Man, this is looking like it could be a breakout. Again, just keeping it in the back of my mind that all my shorts have not worked. So I could just be going against the grain. Let's see. I'll hold this one to either get stopped out or to, you know, basically see where this can go. Yeah, Max. I was at a sushi restaurant one time, and I had there was like a group of girls that legitimately thought I was Han from Fast and the Furious. So I told them I was, and I signed their napkin. Yeah, basically every time I'm seeing potential weakness in the chart, it just is getting picked up, getting bought. So like I'm clearly just on the wrong side today. Looks like there's still a lot of squeezing happening from, Friday. That's kind of what narrative I think makes sense. Yeah. Do I play PUBG? Nah, I've played it before, but I don't play it. Well, I don't know, guys. Maybe we're breaking out. Looks like we're squeezing. And I'm 0 for 4. What PC specs do I have? You just asking me all kinds of interview questions or what? Pork and beans? My PC specs they're kind of okay. They're not great. Yeah, after being burned so many times short, I can't with good conscience take this short again. Basically basically what's happening to me here, all time asking about trading is so boring. Copy that, man. Well, I'm going to be honest. Sometimes I like focusing on trading. But you're new here, so I will entertain your questions. My PC specs are not that great. They're okay. Like I got 64 gigs of DDR4 RAM, an i5, some shit. And then my graphics card is an older GeForce NVIDIA. Do I have trouble streaming with this setup? What do you mean, Max? Is it comfortable? Yeah, I mean my desk setup is, pretty ideal. I think I got two ultra wide 34 inches right in front of me. I got an ultra wide 34-inch vertical right here, and then like a smaller, it's like a mobile monitor right here. So this is kind of just information, chart, streaming stuff, edge full over here. So yeah, it's comfortable for sure. Yeah, trading from laptop is not great. That's for sure, dude. Monitors. I mean, you can if you had your laptop set up where you have a real keyboard and you have monitors set up, you can use your laptop to power the other screens, and that would be comfortable. Um, but yeah, if you're using the laptop screen, even I can't remember. Do you have like dual monitors or your laptop plus another monitor at least? I think I remember you saying you do. Do I turn on my do I turn on my PC 24/7? Man, um, sometimes. Sometimes I let it have a breath of rest, but sometimes I keep it working like a slave. But yeah, Max, nothing beats having just a dedicated desktop at a nice desk. Laptop plus small extra monitor laptop. Like this is here. I'll show you. Well, Max, you've seen my desktop. I don't think you've seen it with all these screens. You've only seen it with two screens. This is like here. I'll show everybody what it looks like without the two additional screens on the side. It's like that, but then I got a big vertical monitor here, and then another monitor over here. Yeah, yeah. So this is with two, and then I just basically added one here and then one here. I change it up every once in a while, just keep it fresh. You have a 24-inch monitor for PC and a MacBook M3 15-inch Air. Nice, dude. That MacBook Air is I don't know. I would say for trading, it's kind of all you need. But if you have a PC and a 24-inch monitor, it depends on what the specs are with that. But an M3, Macs have come a long way over the past like five. Well, maybe it's like more like 7 years. But their M line of chips, their in-house chips have been proven to be pretty damn powerful. Yeah, I don't know, guys. It seems like today is going to be a little bit hard to read. I'm having trouble reading what's going on here. If I can spot one good trade though, I'd like to take it. 24,900. Like at least the way I'm feeling about it is that like we've come up here, we broke this high, and it's going to induce a lot of buying, and I think that we're probably going to come back down, but I've already tried that trade and it's not working, so I'm not going to try it right now. But that's kind of the way I'm feeling, is that like out of nowhere it's probably going to start dropping. Because I don't know. I mean, otherwise, what are we going to do? We're going to keep grinding up and kind of break out. I think we gotta not get too attached to any of our ideas when we're trading, because we never know what's really going to happen. But for us to keep grinding up means that we're going to stop out a lot of people, which is going to essentially make a lot of people busy on a day that they'd probably plan on not being busy. Yeah, you can trade options in Ninja Terminal. Yeah, if you're going to Costco for filet mignon, only I don't care if Doritos are on sale. My market approach. Yeah, I think that's a good way to think about it. Trade option. Oh, okay, I already said that. Yeah, it's. I've got a couple of different ways of looking at the market, and one is that we're looking for like a really nice move for today. The other way I look at the market is sometimes you can detect scalp opportunities, and I'm not too good to scalp. Like if I see something quick, like this right now, if this didn't burn me, this right now looks like it's coming back to here. Let's see. And that right there is 40 points. I'm not, like 40 points that's cool for me to be able to take it. Why my chart top or have another color? Are you talking about these bubbles, or are you talking about this down here? All right, one more try on this stupid short. Let's see what's up. I'll go stop at the high of this candle. And if this would be 0 for 5 on the short side if this closes and I get stopped out. And I don't know, might have to switch gears and think that we're going to keep grinding up or something if this one doesn't work out. Top mid area. Top mid area. Are you talking about these lines? These bubbles? Or are you talking about this right here? What do you? I don't know. You're gonna have to describe it a little better. Why you're around my clock area? This line right here. This is a VWAP. The second standard deviation on VWAP. I'll go break even on this. Some kind of flashlight. It's my background right here. Some kind of flashlight. Oh, man. Yeah, I think so, man. Although I've never given them a try. But I see everybody else's tricked out streams. Yeah, right here. I don't know. The fact that this did not drop from here is just a little bit concerning for the short, but I'm covered with a break even. It'd be great if I could just, you know, have one win on this short side. Can you put Johnny Sin's photo there? Can I put Johnny Sin's photo there? Because you definitely can't, because my background right here. So I don't know. Are you asking if I can? If you're asking if I can, nah, I won't put Johnny Sin's photo right here. No, I guess my question is, we're going to this point of control, or are we going to view app right here? I'm going to trail at the high of this candle. If we're going to continue going lower, I think we would bust through this point of control pretty quickly. Otherwise, I could see this potentially bouncing from here. There we go. Looks like we're having a little bit of trouble. I'm going to go ahead and close it up. All right. That was the trade I wanted. Come back down to here. Also, VWAP could be a good target, or this could just go to the bottom of the range. But up top to 50% is kind of decent for me to be targeting. Yeah, thanks, man. Looks like we're going for more. Got to be honest, guys, the way that we're looking right now, might have a lot of waiting to happen today. So I'm going to see So right now we got this initial balance forming, the first hour range, and I'm gonna see if we have a potential breakout of one of these areas. But other than that, I might be ending the stream early today. What do we got? What Max? Do you know what time the market closes today? Or Adam? Okay, it's a full day. Yeah. Either way, I might. I'm gonna see how this plays out with the initial balance, but might just anticipate kind of closing up early if we don't see a lot of action. I don't care about Columbus. Yeah, Columbus was kind of an asshole. Basically, he tricked the natives into believing that he could essentially predict the future with uh, either a lunar or solar eclipse. And basically, after he did that, he basically said, if I can predict this, then I'll be your master, and we'll take all of your treasures and rape your women. And the natives believed that he was essentially supernatural because they knew more than the natives did. Yeah, Columbus was a dickhead. Did you guys watch what is it? Chief of War? I thought it was pretty decent. Jason Momoa is about the natives on Hawaii. Sounds like some Diddy stuff. That's right, man. Christopher Columbus was the OG Diddy. All right, we got 3 minutes until the initial balance is formed. This is the initial balance high. So the most recent stats, I believe, are about 83% chance. If one side breaks, the other will not break. Um, but if you think about the odds and what type of day today is, today could be an anomaly. But I think the way to trade these kinds of setups is to take it when you see it, because you don't want to be like trying to predict what an anomaly is and what an anomaly isn't. You want to play with statistics and probability on your side. So with probability in your favor that much, you want to take it when it shows up, and if it doesn't show up, don't take it. But if it shows up and ends up not working, you take the loss, and it's part of it.
Looks to me like this is the gap I want to have on the chart. Not that. Right there. All right. We got our initial balance range highlighted here. I also believe I have the stats up here, actually. So let's do standard. So check it out. There's a 1.54% chance that we do not break one of these levels. Here, I'll put the stats up here for you. There we go. So there's an 84.62 chance that it's a single break and not a double break. Double break, there's a 13.85% chance, and no break is 1.54% chance. And this I did the last 3 months. And you can run reports. I could run it for 6 months. I think it goes down to like 75% at 6 months or something like that. But really, you want, when back testing, I think one of the misconceptions of back testing is that, I mean, in most sort of testing environments for things like this, the more data you have, the better it is. And sure, you could have a general strategy or testing over the course of, years and years, and you could say, hey, it's got like a super high win rate. And I think in that situation, it would be great, but the market changes. And so what you want to see is over time, you want to see an increase in efficacy or win rate over time, especially if it's in like over the last year. And then, by the end of the year, maybe the initial balance breakout starts losing, in its win rate percentage, and then you might lean into another setup that's testing better. Because essentially you have algorithms that are changing, with cycles. Looking like we could push up from this area too. There's also, I actually found out about this guy who posts on X over the weekend, and he's got some really interesting stuff he posts on NQ Stats. I can pull that up here in a second, but kind of similar to what we're looking at with Edgeful, he does, his own sort of statistical analysis on NQ. I'll pull it up real quick as we're watching this, and we can go through some of the numbers. But it's pretty interesting. I like having probability on my side. So let's see. Let's go to here we go. This is a good one. Opens inside prior hour, takes prior hour high, low, and trades back to current hour open. 75% or higher is considered high. So let's look at these high probability ones. Trades prior hour high, trades back to hourly open before hour ends. So like when you start pairing some of these probabilities, trades prior hour low, trades back to hourly open. So, these are kind of scenario-based probabilities. Kind of like if you know Tom Hugard, his trading style, he likes scenario-based setups. He does it a lot of times on the daily. Like if Thursday does this, what can we expect from Friday? And then if Friday does this, what can we expect from Monday? And he places probabilities on it. And some of his daily probabilities, he's got something like 90% probability on some of his setups. And they're general, so it's not like it tells you where to enter, where to exit, but it's like if Friday does this, Monday will open and will end up higher than Friday's high 90% of the time, something like that. So there's not a setup in itself with that. You have to kind of create your own. But pairing probabilities on your side, I think, is a really good way to, create some confidence within your setups. Who's my favorite options trader? I'm going to be honest, Pork and Lamb. I don't know a lot of options traders. I haven't been exposed to a lot of options traders. My trading friend Ben used to trade options. My dad used to trade options. Pork and Lamb, are you the options guy? If you are, I would love to have some options flow data. That's one thing that I'm interested in introducing to my trading, is having options flow data on my side. I know that I have a hard time trading when Gex is negative. That's just an observation I've had. Oh, you're long in this? Looks like it could be a good setup, man. Looks like this reversed here, and we just have bullish price action so far. Pork and Lamb, are you in tune with options flow data? How are you trading options? You doing 0-day expirations or what? Anytime I hear that somebody's doing 0-day expiration options, it seems to be very difficult. Let's put it that way. Because not only are you trying to make a trade work out, but you also have theta just killing you throughout the day. You swing? Okay. Copy that. Are you doing like equities? Are you doing indexes or what? Damn, Adam. I hope this long works out, brother. It looks like it's doing pretty well so far, man. Another stat that goes with this initial balance high, once you have the first hourly range established, I can just pull that up. It's the opening candle continuation. So essentially we have this opening range established. So there's an 81% chance that the day will end green, which, you know, we could range around in here and that would still be considered green as long as we close above where we open at 9:30. So let's see. 9:30 candle right here. Here's the open. So basically where this point of control is. So there is an 81% chance that the day will end higher than 24,828. In addition to that, if we tap this initial balance high, there's an 84% chance that that's the only high we touch. Or that's the only extreme we touch out of the range. So took one at 7-point profit. Nice, dude. One at break even. Okay, cool. Well, that's what's up, dude. Small gains, base hits. Volume thus far, you know, I'm watching volume down here and watching volume over on the right. Looks kind of just consistently mid. I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. I'll put this on for you guys to watch. That was a hell of a pullback right there, 30 points. What's insane though too is 7 points usually isn't even a bad trade for me, but it's so volatile. These moves are much bigger. Yeah, man, that was 30 points in one candle right there. Yeah, that's why I got to keep my size small because I'm copy trading. I'll be right back. Not really sure what to make of this chart yet, guys. Seems to me that range trading this on extremes is like has the best probability of working out so far. Also, when you think about putting these kind of probabilities in your favor. So if we have a very high chance that like when one of these extremes gets tapped, the other won't. And let's say we went down and hit this initial balance low down here. Well, that us continuing to go short goes against the opening candle continuation probabilities, which is, like essentially 81%, that since we are green on the first hour, we got that 81.25% chance that we will end the day green. So when you think about placing that with, let's say we went and tapped this initial balance low, that to me would be kind of conflicting biases. So when you're able to put two things like that together, it could just mean just don't take a trade. T-Drop, yo, what's up, man? Happy Monday. I am on MNQ. Yeah, this is the 15-minute chart. I'm about to go down to the 5-minute chart. No cam today. Yeah, I got my, I was just showing the Delta candlesticks bit. Yeah, here I am. Yeah, my daily goal is for today. So yeah, you see how I'm down. I took a couple shots trying to go short on this and lost, so I'm down like basically 200 and 2 to 300 in each account. Friday was a loss as well, and it was my first red week in a minute. I had 3 really good weeks in a row. I had like an 8K week, an 8K week, and a 12K week. And then last week I ended it wasn't down a lot, but like, let's see, what was it? I feel like it was like in total down like 800 across, like including all the accounts, but still it was kind of like it was a shitty way to end the week because I had technical problems. I missed a stop loss, which is my fault on one of my trades, and basically that was right when the Trump tweet happened. So it's difficult. I revisited why I don't. So I have an ATM strategy here that will put on stop losses automatically, but sometimes I manage my stop losses pretty. I want to separate them so that I can reduce size, or have a take profit. That's earlier than, I don't know. I have now I have ATM strategies where I can manage my stop losses automatically. I usually like to manage them manually, but comes with some risks. This is pretty significant selling volume here. So it kind of looks to me like you know, it's moving for business. It's got some business down here. Taking a bounce off this 24,776 is a possibility. Taking a bounce from down here. We just rejected from it after we had some hard selling. Now we're staying above the point of controls on these 5-minute candles, these delta candles. Just waiting to see if we can have something significant happen. Some examples of what I'd love to see is, continued absorption down here, and then some follow-up buying happening above this sell order, above 24,800. Again, the probabilities are on the long side. We do have an hourly candle coming up here in 5 minutes. That might be a good time to wait to see if something shakes out here. If this does end up flushing, if this does end up flushing and we hit this initial balance low, I don't know. I might just close up the stream because the probability of today being sort of an anomaly day, I think, is high. Let's take a look at the higher time frame, see if we can gather any information. To me, I mean, this looks a little bearish, right? We swept the previous hourly high, created a wick up here. Now it looks like we're going for the low. And it looks like we could be keying into this gap down here, potentially. We also have this liquidity void. Yeah. Yep, Adam, I hear you, dude. Buy would be great. This short-term price action is looking short, but considering the gap up from yesterday, and probably quite a few people being stuck in and thinking that this is the market dumping. I mean, let's be fair, that was a pretty damn big dump. But there's a lot of fear, I think, in the market right now. It's weird because you got these two different dynamics, right? That like Trump tweets are real. They impact the way the market moves, and we also have a president that like really cares about the performance of the stock market. And so it's like he'll say things like, everything's going to be fine, we're talking with China and everything's going to be fine, stuff like that, just to change the sentiment of the market so that we don't continue dumping, I mean, at least that's how I read it. Is that we have kind of a weird mix of variables going on in the stock market, while greed, we're at all-time highs. We've got people trying to buy the breakout. Crypto's a whole nother story. But then we have, Trump making these tweets and then taking back the tweets, and I don't know. It's kind of a funny time right now. The insider positioning in crypto, yeah, certainly did. Certainly did. And we're anticipating even, a larger crash based on, what Russia and China has said, and how the United States is trying to leverage, a huge crypto crash and acquisition to remedy our national debt, which could be a huge smart move. The market's already manipulated, but I could definitely see that happening. It's weird. Like with this pattern here, are we anticipating a huge engulfing candle now? I don't know. This looks like we might have some lower prices. We just hit the 11 a.m. hourly candle. Looks to me like this is going to continue going bearish, potentially to this gap. Let's see. I think we got to confirm it with the order flow to see if we're absorbing down here. No shit, dude. I mean, can you imagine that being on that list of people that know what's going to happen, and you just, you make a couple $100 million on a trade, you full port. You know, I think there are probably quite a few people on Trump's list that he will tell. Also, we might want to just take note of what actually took place. Well, what telltale signs we could see. It's not like we knew which direction it could have gone on Friday, but he was in the middle of a press conference when he got interrupted to approve a True Social post. All right. It's looking more and more like we could flush. That doesn't mean we can't pop back up, but all of this buying that's happening in here that's getting run against right now is that's what's concerning me about potentially going long right now is that like this looks like a pretty huge attempt, to push price higher, or at least that you got people squeezing out, but prices being held, controlled. I don't know what conclusion can I come to off of that. It's that I don't know shit about fuck with this kind of price action because we got conflicting stories going on right now, at least in what the market is trying to say and what we see with follow through. Yeah, you hate it. You hate it when your job interferes with your trading. I would hate the same thing. If there are parallel universes, you love the timeline we're on. What do you mean? Tell you what, I love having data on my screen, but I hate clutter. Absolutely hate clutter. So I'm going to try and turn this opacity down. There, and then like these VWAP standard deviations, I mean, they're massively helpful, but they're so annoying. Like, look what happens when I take them off. It just looks so much better. You can concentrate. Where is it visible? Yeah. So much cleaner. These need to chill out too. Let's see, point of control. I want I don't know, I'll mess with that later. Be honest, on days of massive volatility, I almost want to be very sure of a trade because if wrong, you pay. Yeah, for sure, dude. You do pay a hefty price. I mean, I had 2 micros on and I took those L's trying to go short, and like very quickly I was up to negative like 400 on my P&L. Am I waiting for the initial balance break? I'm not sure if I think if it shows up, I have to take it. I'll probably just go in small. Who's complaining about visuals? Nobody's complaining about visuals. I was just talking about like having the VWAP lines up there can get a little busy, but I like having them up there for, their usefulness. Yeah. Yep. These, one thing that is helpful to know is like if you have your average true range, like that'll tell you, how volatile these candlesticks are. Because sometimes when you just have price zoomed in like this, you gotta remind yourself of like what these ranges are. So this is like 24,880, and down here this is basically a 100-point candle right here. So just to keep things into perspective. The other trade you could take is a bounce trade off of here. Max is kind of responding to your question. Am I waiting for the IB low or IB high to be taken? Again, because we have the initial hourly candle that's green, this bounce trade could be in our favor because essentially we have probability on our side that we're ending the day green, and that once we hit one of these highs, we're not going for the other. So if you think about it this way, that would mean that we would be going against probability by hitting this IB low. It's most probable that we hit this IB high. I might take a bounce here. I'm going in one. Stop below the IB low. Let's see what's up. I'll let it play out. Also, I don't know if you guys can see this. Look at this cumulative volume delta candle bar. That's a big rejection right at the zero line. Right here, hard sell, hard sell, hard sell, and then cumulative volume delta almost flipping from 0 to negative. So we've been positive a few, like what is this, 24,000, or maybe it's not quite that high. Yeah, 8,500 positive. We start taking this dip right here. Boom. Go past the zero line, and then we have support. So this is a setup I like to see too, just for cumulative volume delta. That like it's basically being supported at the zero line. For how long have I been trading full time? Full time, I don't know. Like I've been trading on and off for the past 8 years, but I've been doing it like full time for the past like consecutive, I don't know, 3 years or so. I did it full time previously in my past, like prior to COVID, I was trading full time. And then there was another time closer to like the beginning of that 8 years that I was trading full time. But about 3 years now that I've been trading full time consecutively, but like my experience is on and off for 8 years. And does it change anything that today was a bank holiday? Yeah, typically I would be a lot more hesitant to take trades on a day like today. But I kind of balanced that out with the fact that we had a huge move yesterday and on Friday that kind of shook up the market. So I was anticipating that we were going to have a little bit of movement, more than you would normally expect on a bank holiday today. So we have a very, very low chance of not hitting one of these highs, or one of the extremes, the higher or the low. Right now, I think I probably would want to hold this trade until this high is hit, is my guess. No, the only thing working against me on that is that, like, well, it might take a long time for us to hit this high. Ideally not, but sitting here and watching it, if it's going to grind in the middle for a while, is not ideal. Just to keep it into perspective, I mean, this right here is, like 45 points. For 45 points is typically like a pretty decent trade on NQ. I do think we can go higher, but let's see. Thanks, Adam. Hell yeah. Yeah, these longs are looking good right now. I really like this. This was kind of the thing that made me want to get in this long. I was already kind of anticipating that it would be against statistical probability to hit this initial balance low. So this looked good here. The fact that we swept these lows with these candles was also in favor of going long. And then once this happened and we rejected with this big wick on cumulative volume delta, that was kind of the confirmation I wanted. So we could anticipate a pullback kind of at this area, or at the very least we're reaching this value area high, which could provide a little ceiling here, a temporary ceiling. So this could also be a consideration to take profit here at 24,869, or roughly around here. I think what I'm going to do is probably just trail my stop. There's not really a good point that makes sense here except for right here, which is basically break even. But it's like, okay, if you look at the kind of average of these swing moves, we're above, well, probably right in the middle, to be honest, of like what the average swing move is long that we've had today. So, the consideration is take profit here, be happy with that gain, because we got what? Now we're looking at 70 points. I think I'm going to take it. I think this could potentially go all the way up to this high here, but considering where I am and what I'm trying to accomplish here on the P&L, taking small wins is healthy. So there we go. Thanks, brother. Appreciate it, man. Right now, just putting a fib retracement on the previous daily candle to see where we are in relation to the previous day. It's an inside bar day, and I can look up some stats on inside bar days. Let's see. Okay, so opened within yesterday's range and stayed within yesterday's range has a 13.95% probability. Open within yesterday's range, break out of yesterday's range, 86% chance. I don't know. I think today might be an anomaly. I know that I said that I don't want to try and predict the days where price goes against the data, but breaking outside of Friday's range today seems like it would be a very heavy task. But that's a good stat to have. Why is it saying we open outside of yesterday's range? Okay, I guess it's considered Sunday. Okay, so 78% chance of reversal back down. We got some conflicting data, I think. So I gotta clarify if that outside inside day is considered, like, if Sunday counts for that. No, thanks, Max. You don't expect what to happen? Long still looks good. think there's probably no setup until we break this initial balance range, for me at least. Yo, M. Wallace, are you still out there? Just kind of wondering how you're doing. I know you started a new futures desk account. Just wanted to see how that's going so far. This would be full TP for longs for you, Adam. Yeah, looking like we got a little drama happening right here. Not a whole lot of action. You know, I guess this is essentially lunch. $20 move? Oh, you mean, are you talking about this long right here? Yeah, it was essentially 150 points on NQ. Yeah. I think, where did I cut it off? Yeah, these moves are large, kind of deceiving. deceivingly so because of the it looks like it's not moving a ton without a lot of volume, but yeah, this move right here is 150 points. Which, if you look, let's check out the daily chart. Like that 150 point move, you know, some days we have are like 150 points. The bank you bank with just got bought out, so you need to figure out how to access your money. You probably just leave it in and switch to the new bank unless you're trying to pull it out and go to a different bank, right? You're talking about for trading? Or are you just talking about cash? I'm gonna hit some push-ups real quick while we're waiting. Oh, okay. Copy that. Man, I would just call the bank up. I'm sure they got a shit ton of customer service on trying to help people with that same type of shit. So what I was potentially looking for here is a retracement back into this expansion here. potentially this point of control, potentially this VWAP for a continuation move long. Kind of stopped a little short here. We stopped right in the middle of this gap. Move back to VWAP. Might be a potential long for me. But looks like it could just go from here. And if it does that, I'll probably just have to chill. Could see a potential short working out to one of these levels as well. I might give it a shot. Probably just go break even on this. Still going in just super small size. We got wide range happening and don't want to get taken out just because you know, I'm sized up too big. Looks like this is gonna break even me. That's really annoying that it's it wasn't even break even, and it's because my stop losses are market orders. Could see this working out again. I'm just gonna wait here for a second though. Still looks like this stop loss is a market order. It's annoying. I'll go break even again, and I'm gonna put 2 points on it. Hopefully it just kind of bothers me when I get stopped out, even for $1 loss. I mean, not. I'm okay with taking $1 loss. I just mean like, if my intention is to get stopped out break even, and it gets stopped out at like a $1 loss or something, I don't know. It annoys me. Okay, so this short might not work out. I don't know. It looks like it could just be being tricky right now. I could still see this working out again, but I got stopped out break even twice. Not frustrating or anything. It's just I don't know if it's gonna work. I thought after this move up, for sure we were coming back down here. Try it one more time. That little flip there looked a little different. Might be breaking out now. It looked like it got rejected here from like 24,881. It's a little different. Just call. You're gonna have to call the branch tomorrow. They would, for security reasons. Oh, that's annoying. So you can't access your money right now? I think if we go above here, it's probably an invalidation point for this trade. Dude, that's so whack. To be honest, I'm thinking about switching to Chase or someone. Yeah, are you with like a credit union or something like that? A smaller bank? Ah, okay, copy that. Looking like it's gonna stop me out right here. Was kind of just thinking this was gonna pull back a little deeper before starting to move to these higher prices. Like I said, right around here, 24,881. Looks like we had kind of an area that was going to be held up by support. Okay. I'll hit some push-ups for that. Looks like it's just, I don't know, a little bit of drama. Could be a potential breakout though. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna hit those push-ups. Hourly candle come in a minute and 10 seconds. Oh. So here was my thought is that essentially I was trying to take this short, which is going to be like a trading the pullback. But ultimately, probably the best thing for me to wait for is for this to get hit. And if it does get hit, take it long. And if it doesn't and it just goes, just let it go. That's probably the smartest thing to do. $24,718. That's way down here. I'm wondering if we break this high, if we have a lot of squeezing to happen, like a quick pump, you know, like, I don't know, 100 points. If it continues to show weakness up here, might be interested one more time for a short. Just because I like it when this pattern reverses. Still showing a lot of buying. Nothing yet. Hourly candle just formed. Here's the higher time frame. Keeps knocking on the ceiling up here at 24,900. Sit here and wait. See how it reacts to this IB high. So if we do tap this initial balance high, we could expect, you know, a retracement about to 25% of this range. So let's measure that out. Stop would go under VWAP. So you got to think, what am I, 24,860-ish could be an entry, or if it gets below here, could be an entry with a stop below, basically probably under this gap. It's tough taking these breakout trades, but probability is on your side. Let's try one more here. I think we could get a quick flush down here to this gap. I'll go break even pretty quickly. Could be another break even trade. Essentially, we're respecting this value area high. That doesn't mean we can't come back up and break it. I think we will come back up and break it, but again, this trade I was trying to take was essentially a pullback right before we reach this important level. Was just anticipating that we're going to go grab some more liquidity. Still seeing buying coming in. Let's see. After this little buy attempt, let's see if we can fall pretty quickly. Not yet. All right. Shorts are not working out for me today. Looks like that's the one though. Let's give it. I'll say this, if I get stopped out on this one, I'm not going to go short again on this. Usually at a key area like this, when we're showing this kind of, well, first of all, this pattern getting stuffed up here, I like that. Having 3 wicks on top at an area like this, I like that, at least for a retraceable. But looks, I don't know. We got, I see this happening at this key level, and then the follow-up buying that continues to happen up here is not, ideal for the setup. But let's see. I've kind of been stubborn on this short idea, so if I get stopped out again, I won't take it again, and I'll just wait till we hit these prices down here, or if we do. And then it, just kind of a reminder to what I was saying earlier. It's like when it is looking weak, and then kind of the second it looks weak, kind of induces you to want to sell, and then immediately gets picked back up. Not the greatest market conditions for trying to take these kind of trades. And in my opinion, if we go and break this current candle high, like on, let's say on this candle or the next candle, it seems likely that we would then go take this high. At any given moment, a tweak could happen. Yeah, I'm not on Truth Social, but that would honestly be a good indicator. Yeah, we're just kind of getting stuck here. And after this happening, I would expect this to flush quickly, and it's not. So sometimes getting into a trade or getting out of a trade you're currently in can be based on what's not happening. And what's not happening is we're not getting follow through down like we should. It just kind of got stuck here, and now it formed a wick on the bottom. Not a lot of super heavy volume in either direction, but we are seeing this kind of consistent support down here. So hitting that 24,900 key level could explode up. It's like, I mean, you can see that price is just kind of like not leaving these ceilings. It's kind of just continuing to pound against them. So I don't know. It looks like this short pullback is not happening. Looks like we're about to explode up. We got a fourth wick on top here with no follow through to the downside. Same thing when I was looking short earlier, it looked like it wanted to hit, it had an objective in mind. This looks like it has an objective in mind on the high side. All right, I'm not trying that shit again. Honestly, looks like this is coiling up. All right, I'm flipping. we're approaching this initial balance high. Again, we could anticipate that it's going to pull back like 20%, 25%, which would be 25,860. But odds are in our favor to go long. I was just hoping we were going to get a nice pullback beforehand, but order flow was showing signs that we are not. Now that we did break this initial balance high, again, like the safest stop for me would be below this midpoint here. It's pretty far ways off. The hope was that we could get an explosion up, capture some of the profit, potentially pull out, and then wait for another pullback. Didn't really see the aggressive buying I was hoping to see. Once we broke that level, it's consistent, but it's not aggressive. See if we can get some coming up. If we get a tight pullback here, could see an expansion up pretty quickly. Doesn't look great. That pullback didn't hold. Not loving this pullback. Yeah, it looks like it could be a V-shaped reversal here. Probably the move that I wanted to catch short. I'm going to exit. It was a deeper pullback than I wanted to see for the breakout. But as you can see, I'm getting faked out quite a bit by this price action. It's tricky. Looks like that could have just been the pullback to go long. It's just, but this area right here and this area down here is what I was really expecting for us to hit before we started breaking out. I mean, we're not able to make it down there yet. Man, look at that. Guess it's still looking like we could squeeze. Okay, cool. Sounds good. Oh. Looks good for a squeeze. I'll probably just trail this. Certainly not making this easy. It's the second time we broke out of the range and then came back in. I think this could potentially be a drive lower to these areas I was watching. Might come back down like this. Not a huge fan of these like break, you know, it was picking up some momentum to the upside and then just dropped. Picking up some momentum and then just dropped here. So while this is a smaller drop than the previous one, it's still just showing, I mean, this retracement here, what is that? 35 points, 35 point retracement pretty much instantly. So not making it easy. Also, we don't have any big buyers that are stepping in either, supporting it. This should squeeze. I'm watching the delta. Take this high out. Now, I think my concern with this is it's already showing that it's breaking levels and then coming immediately back in. So if we do get a pop at this area, might consider just taking off the trade. Tight pullback here and then expansion up is what I'm looking for. I don't want to see it reject and go back to my price from here. I'll go ahead and put a break even in. I want to see this momentum to the buy side continue, not just get stopped like it has been. There we go. I want to see buying pick up like right here. I'll keep pulling up my stop just because it's looking like it could just flip, start going short. There we go. Let's say it popped this high. Oh, what's up, man? Are you trading today? Holy shit, is it time? Is it time for Ben to start trading, to be a trader again? Or are you just watching? T-Drov, that's correct. Not a great start to the week. Are you referring to yourself or myself? Could definitely apply to mine, but I'm keeping it controlled. Copy that, buddy. So you're just going to be watching, huh? Just chilling. Yeah, for sure. Sure deal. Dude, Adam's kind of in the same spot. He needs to find some additional income, and dude, he got an interview for a remote like Comcast inside sales job pretty much immediately. I think he's gonna get that job. I don't know. It's something. Yo, thanks, buddy.
I advised Adam to reach out to the person that's the head of the department, like, you know, that's going to be doing the interviewing or whatever, and track down the guy's email. And I gave it to Adam, and Adam emailed him, and he got an interview immediately. Yeah, T-Drov. I agree, man. Price action has been a little tricky today. So, you know, if I end up with a small loss on today, I'll see it as, you know, a win. I haven't taken any crazy trades. It's just price action hasn't really warranted a bunch of good trades. Just these kind of wide swings here. And then this breakout trade I'm going for is, you know, essentially it's like when I see it, I'm going to take it. But it looks like that move I was wanting, this short to come back down to these areas, might play out here. And if so, there's a long down here for me. Just trade small size. Make sure you keep your risk managed well. And don't go on tilt. That's my goal for today. Just manage risk well. Looking like this could flush all this shit right here potentially. All right. Might have another situation like this right here. We get, you know, a push down that finds support down here and all this mess. Order flow is looking short right now. So take my $26 loss and let's wait. If one of these levels can get hit, that'll be a much better setup. Ben, if you were still considering trading, I gave out some accounts from the futures desk. But I don't know. Seems to me like you're trying to just kind of focus on your getting some income first. And that's cool. Einstein Jr. I don't know. It just hasn't seemed like it. Seems like you've just been interested in being a turtle. Still feels like this could happen. Hey, Battlefield 6 came out. I don't know if you guys knew that. I don't know if I'm going to get it. I played the... Ben and I played the beta. I thought it was pretty fun, but I don't know if it's worth paying for just yet. Maybe when it comes out with the Battle Royale. Yeah, exactly, Adam. When they come out with their Battle Royale, I'll probably be interested in playing it. But until then, I'm not sure. One of the things I hate about Battlefield is like when you're playing it, you just die so often. You're like cannon fodder. Kind of hate that. All right. I'm going to try another little long here. Order flow is looking short. But I think that we got unfinished business up here at the highs. I think we could go break these highs. And this right here was kind of looking like we were getting stuffed. So the only other sort of consideration I have is that this could be moving up to go hit this before continuing to go down to hit one of these. Would expect this, if this is going to go hit this high, for this to accelerate pretty quickly through this area. If we start ranging in here, I don't really have an interest in staying in. I can probably just go ahead and put a break even in right now. Name of the game for me is just trade safe. Take safe trades. And then, you know, cover it quickly if it's going against me. Adam, do you ever play one-on-one in Call of Duty? Like with any of your friends? Yeah, this didn't expand up like I thought it was going to. If it was going to go for these highs, it looks like it's going to come against me. None of us have multiplayer, so we can't. Oh, you mean you all just have Warzone? Copy that. None of them are even close skill-wise. That's easy. That's easy to see. Looks like this could work out the way I wanted it to. It just did a deeper pullback than I wanted right here. It's part of the torture of you know, trying to break even on trades, is that you're going to get stopped out break even quite a bit. All right, this could move a little bit higher. I think we got one more squeeze, probably up to 24,940-ish. I should say I think we could get one more squeeze up to one of these levels, but definitely want to make sure. So I'm going to move my stop up to here. I don't know if that that last squeeze and then hold right here was kind of it, or if we're gonna push up. But I'm covered. I know it's probably annoying to watch this because I'm doing like $25 trades here and there, but it's like for this kind of price action, I'm just not willing to risk a bunch. $16 trade, sick. But yeah, I mean, you can see we just got, we've got wicks up here, wicks down here, small bodies over here, small bodies. And then finally it's like, this is the extension move that I wanted to catch. And now it's kind of pulling back. So it's just like, I'm taking it slow. Oh shit, Adam, that's funny, dude. All right, looks like here we might get that squeeze now up to 24,940. That's what I was thinking. Essentially, my careful stop outs are preventing me from making money, or you know, the most money here. Because right here, I was in this trade here at 24 to 896 ish or something like that, right? Or I was even, maybe it was down here. And I don't know, that's a 40-point move. But I'm trailing my stop, and it's mainly just because of this back and forth price action. Yep, that's true, Ben. Can't be doing that shit, but you could be practicing. Also figured you might have a deal with Linda, you know, about like not trading until you find something to focus on. Understandably. Jesus. Oh man. Well, didn't you have your Top Step account with a practice account? Even you can still use the practice account even if you blew your other one. Still looks like we could do this. But I don't know if it's worth taking for me. Yeah, but so like you blew your account like whatever, how long ago, and you had it for the remainder of the month, the practice account. So whatever you paid for the eval would have been good for the rest of the month. So you still could have been practicing. Also, Ben, if you want to, go to the futures desk. They have practice accounts. It says free for me. I don't know if they're free for you, but I think they're like 20 something dollars, but with my discount, it's probably like, might even be $10 or some shit. So go there and use that and see if you can get like a free practice account. You might be able to. And then you can just analyze your trades and practice instead of just being a chode. Damn. Wish I would have held this. I mean, it's looking like we could continue to break out. I'm going to go on with one. Move my stop below here. see if I can chill. Not an ideal entry here, but obviously we're seeing that people are interested in buying this at higher prices after this breakout. Probably interested in adding down here. Maybe here. T-Draw, how you doing over there? Still in drawdown for the day? Trying to work my way out of it, just small trades, base hits. I would have been completely out of it if I just would have held it from here. It's tough. I don't know about right now. I mean, you should check. What I was referring to though is that whatever the month you blew your account, you had the practice account 100% for sure that you could have been practicing on instead of just being a chode. But Also, go to the futures desk and look. It's saying that I can get a starter account for free. So if that's the case, then, and I think it's $19 if it's not free, and with my discount code, it's probably like $10. So either a free practice account you can use on the futures desk, or $10. No big deal. Not a terribly huge fan of this. Looks like it could be a trap. All right, there we go. Looking better. Let's go. Let's squeeze. 24,964. Yes, for sure. Cool. Yep. Practice account available. That's sick. Yeah, practicing is only practicing, but practicing is better than nothing. Looks like this might potentially come back down, so might just get out of this shit. Not looking super strong. Well, you know, I guess, you know, we just might have different opinions on taking breaks. My opinion on taking breaks is if you take breaks every time it gets tough, then you're not going to be able to trade when times are tough. I think exposure to like the harsh realities of stress will make you a better trader. That's how I feel. And I think more than anything, and this is just me being honest, hopefully I can just be open and honest about it. I think more than anything, my criticism on it is that it's like a lack of commitment. Because I've had some fucking rough days, rough weeks, rough months, whatever. And it's never, ever caused me to be like, I'm going to take a break. And not that everybody should do what I do, but I think that you have to have a high level of determination to make trading work. And look, I understand your situation is pretty unique, and you got a family to worry about, but at the same time, it's like, even if you're not trading, it's like you should be consuming everything you can about, making your trading better, or practicing everything you can do to be better, so that when you come back to trading, you're not having to regain ground you already gained previously. It's like you're now more dialed in and ready to trade than ever after your break. And I don't think you can do that by just like not trading. That's just my opinion. I think if you're going to continue to be like, in my opinion, like over the past, whatever, you've been not trading for like 8 months now. So like in that 8 months, what you could have been doing is like every single day practice with a practice account where you have a max daily loss of $200 and you're trying to hit 150. And like over that course of 8 months, you could have been really dialing in, your rules, your setups, your strategies, and so that you hit the ground running when you do start trading. And I don't know, you know me, I'm not a fan of the whole, like, I need a mental break type of attitude, period. Like, I just don't think most traders, especially when they're not at the level they want to be trading at, I think most traders don't have the mindset of, I need a mental break for my mental health. Most of them are like, okay, all right, you guys back? Sorry about that. My internet went out. It was actually a power issue. I think Mars unplugged again, but yes, I know your stance on the whole topic. Yeah, might want to change your cassette motto though. Yeah, a pause to me, I don't know. You probably can guess what I'm gonna say. Um, maybe it's more like a pause to me is like the weekend, not 8 months. Are you guys back on here? Okay, cool. Okay, so yeah, I mean, I think I've finished my thoughts. You already know how I feel about the break thing, you know? So I'm probably just on the extreme end of like mental health. Most of the time, I think mental health is bullshit. You know, basically, like if you want to be a badass, like you gotta want it. You gotta want it really bad. And if you want it only in the times when it's easy for your mental health, then you probably don't want it bad enough. Am I capable of sympathy? Sometimes. It's not one of my strong suits, though. If you ask any one of my friends, my strong suit is let's find a solution. Like I'll always help my friends try and find solutions and shit, but mental health and when people are going through problems, like they appreciate it when I give advice, but I don't always give the most sympathy. I don't know. That's why, like, when Lacey's going through something, you know, I usually tell her, like, I do my best, but I usually tell her, like, to be honest, it's probably best if you vent to your friends because you might not like my reaction because my reaction is to try and fix shit. I work and I die. Yeah, I trade or die. Exactly. And when I'm not trading, I'm dead. Yeah, that's true. You need that income, dude. I keep thinking that this is going to come down, you know, here, but it keeps not doing that. So I don't want to keep saying that it's going to do that or potentially do that and shift my brain into thinking that it might do that. I think what I need to do is, like, if it does come down here, I'll take it. If it doesn't come down here, I won't take it. Could see this potentially bouncing up and taking the highs from here. But I don't know that I want to take that because I feel like we're still at risk for coming down. So I'm going to chill for a second. You're looking for an entry short, Adam? Copy that. Yeah, all the price action looks short after that high here. Looks like we could be balancing, and then we got a little head and shoulders forming. So it looks short. This could have been a short entry right here. Breaking this low could also be a short, but I don't know. So I don't think it's for me. I tried to short this going back into this range so many times and failed. Now we got a nice new high. Could be a launching point for the short, but I don't know. Yeah, copy that. Yeah, you know, taking a long break off charting, you're basically an infant baby trader now. You're like a Benjamin Button trader now. Mental health is very real, but you're not going to go there. I get it. I think mental health is over dramatized, is what I think. And if you're a man and you need mental health from the thing that you're most passionate about, maybe you need to reconsider it. I think here's another thing. I think, and I'm not saying this is you, but I think a lot of people
use mental health as an excuse to get out of whatever it is they want to get out of. You know, like you see people that take mental health days from work, and to me, it's like, hey, that's fucking bullshit. You know, like if you got a job, and I also don't give a fuck if it's bullshit. You know, like whatever, do your thing, but like people that say I need a break because of mental health, to me is like, you don't feel like arguing that much today. Yeah. And I don't care to make this, you know, an argument. I'm more just expressing the way I feel about like the mental health thing. I feel like a lot of people have used the mental health thing, especially in recent past, as an excuse to get out of whatever it is that they're either obligated to do, or, you know, it's easier to say that I have a mental health issue and so I want to take a break from whatever the hell it is, rather than doing it and grinding out whatever is very difficult. Like trading is one of the most difficult things you'll ever do in your life. It's the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. And there are many times when like it would be much easier just to say, I don't want to trade today. But I would recognize that for myself as fear. I would say that's not fucking like mental health. I'm afraid. I'm a fucking afraid. And, you know, tracing that back to whether or not I'm afraid of that, what that day can do to me, or fear of what it's actually going to take to succeed in trading. You know, I don't know. I think there are multiple cases to be made why saying mental health is the reason I'm going to take a break. I also know you got a lot of shit going on, but fucking A, you know, the point I guess I'm trying to make is you should prioritize what your aspirations are, because the more you take care of your aspirations, the more congruent you will be as a person, and the more you'll be able to take care of other people. Now, having financial obligations to take care of your family, of course you do that. But at the same time, it's like, you know, when you're a mom, you know, let's say you're a single mom struggling to take care of your family, that mom, you know, is going to do everything she can. Like, she's going to work 3 fucking jobs to get it done. And in my opinion, like, your aspiration to be a successful trader is worth having a job, having 2 jobs, and then when you're done with your jobs, studying the charts or taking executions on a practice account, because it's that important that you succeed in that direction and not give up momentum to the typical 9-to-5 shit. If you're going to get a 9-to-5, do it and make your income for fucking sure. But that just means you're going to have to work triple as hard to continue pursuing the hardest thing in the world, which is trading. That's how I feel about it. Mental health is gay. This is looking very sort of symmetrical here. But when we are, I don't know if I would consider this trending. Mental health is gay. Dude, nobody knows my last name. Now they do. What I was going to say here is, I don't know. I definitely wouldn't consider this a trend day. So like at these levels where it's looking weak, go long. That's not my plan here. I think we're going to pull back. It's not that big a deal. I just don't do it because I want to keep my like personal life separate from my trading life. Otherwise, like I started a Trade or Die Instagram, and like people from like people I know personally and shit started following me, and it's like I don't want you in like following me on this shit. Like I want it to be completely organic and whatever. I don't want real people following me. I just want to chat with you guys. Not that you guys aren't real people, but you guys are trading people. I don't want like non-traders fucking chiming in the comments and shit. All this is looking short. Adam, did you end up taking a short in here? I don't know. We got some compression going on in here. It doesn't look like fantastic, but all this is still looking short. Okay. Yeah, you wanted real feedback, not your friend's biased feedback, gassing you up. Man, I guess the real question is, what the hell am I going to eat for lunch? I'm wondering if we're going to springboard off of this level right here. Look, the Discord is growing. Oh, is it? Yeah, I guess we got a couple more, huh? T-Drov, are you still out there? Yeah, chicken bites from Sam's Club. You better believe it. If I go to Sam's Club, I'm going to get those and check them out.
I'm gonna pull up that Bonfire Burritos place so you guys can check out their menu. It's pretty badass. Ah, damn. They don't have. Oh, yeah, they got pictures. Okay, check it out. It's like the inside. That's whack. But I mean, I guess you get to see it. These are all breakfast burritos. All right, so I'll just read the one that I got last time. I think it was the classic. Eggs, hash browns, chorizo, sausage, bacon, house-made carne asada, or roasted Anaheim peppers, cheddar cheese, and homemade green chili. Really good. And then they had a nice salsa as well. Before next year, December, you want to be able to live in a penthouse. Okay, so you're trying to move like downtown in the city with a dope spot. You want a view? Yeah, fuck yeah, dude. Get that view. Yeah, I'm still trading Max. Columbus Day doesn't. I don't do anything on Columbus Day. He's a tyrant. Not a lot of action happening, Max. I did take this breakout, initial balance breakout. Didn't get much meat on the bones though. Yeah, dude. Yeah, I called this. I called this lunar eclipse. So we'll go ahead and take all your wives and take all your gold. It was the history book in. I believe it was in this history book, Howard Zinn's A People's United States of, no, A People's History of the United States of America. That was like, you read all the other history books and they give you kind of like a bullshit history of the United States. That book, A People's History of the United States of America, was kind of like the real shit that went down. Until when it talked about Columbus, I was like, damn, that's not what we learned in school. Christopher Columbus was an asshole. Yeah, exactly. It's celebrated with the natives. Yeah, Max says there are no good or bad people, just interests. That makes a lot of sense. And it also makes sense that Ben's interests include mass genocide. Still watching for this? Just made 136 fake money. Fuck yeah, dude. You're back in the swing things. You're a trader again. Fuck yeah. Yeah, it was a mental. No, it was a practice account. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, Ben's getting back into trading now. You live in a penthouse? You live in a mental penthouse? With your mental profits? Hell yeah. It's a it's a practice penthouse. Fuck yeah. You almost bought a Ferrari last week, but you didn't have enough money. Aw, damn, dude. Well, after today's trades, you could definitely afford one. A practice Ferrari. Probably get one of these, dude. Dude, we were just talking about that earlier. If we, if we just got those notifications, we wouldn't have to have practice Ferraris and practice penthouses. We'd have it. I've honestly thought about joining Truth Social and then just putting Trump tweets on like notifications. And that's like the only thing I pay attention to. Damn, dude. Good ear. Fuck yeah, I am. Right here. It honestly might be worth it, to have it. And it's the only thing you get notifications on. It's not like you can, I don't know if you could just like use that to make money, but at least you can be like, oh, fuck. Trump just tweeted this shit. Like, we should expect something crazy to happen. Because you can see my whole room. Oh, it's sick. But yeah, good ear. Fucking A. Yeah, you'd rather receive text messages from Kamala. You'd rather get mental health checkups from Kamala. Just a cold chicken? Why didn't you just heat it up? Sex messages from Kamala? Fuck yeah, dude. Yeah, explain to me what's up with eating cold chicken. Yes. That's sexist, Ben. Yeah, he'll be the director of mental health and wokeness. Man, we're going to push up from this area. It looks like we had some accumulation happening on these little wicks going down here. Looks like we could potentially expand out of this. I'm going to try a small guy. Go to the top of the range. Stop goes down here. Dude, male lives do not matter to Ben Harris 2028. Yeah, that's also sexist. Whose ass? My ass? You're not touching my ass. Bigot Ben. Hell yeah. Dude, don't make me pull up all my I haven't created my collage yet of all my wins. Dude, Elden Ring is a completely different story. You're level 1000. I'm level like 50. And you want me to go on Elden Ring so that you can like power level me up so that I can skip, 90% of the game and play where you're at? It just doesn't make any sense. It takes too much time. Yeah, Ben wants to have males that have transitioned from male to female, then female to male allowed in male bathrooms. Double transition. You are correct. My commitment to the game is lacking because I prioritize being able to get sleep so that I can trade well. Ew, gross, dude. He always was a scientific breakthrough genius. I need glory hole separating the male and female bathrooms for the transitioned males in the female's bathroom that want to be gay, right? Break through that ass, gross. What in the actual fuck? I'm not copy trading this. What's the point? How did that happen? Who knows? Who the fuck knows? Okay, I gotta reconnect everything. Johnny has no female followers. Yes, that is correct. I don't trust females that trade. That's sexist. Sure as fuck is. Honestly, I believe the females that actually do learn to trade and stick with it, I feel like females can be pretty damn good at trading with risk management. But I don't think many of them will. I mean, we should just look at the stats. They're probably just like maybe like 5% of traders are female, maybe 10. Yeah, they need things like mental health breaks where they stop trading for like 8 months when they could have been trading on a practice account. That's what I'm saying. Sick 12. Sick 12. 12 buck. Are you gonna reject him for 5 minutes? I'm watching this area for potential short. I'm gonna give it a shot. Let's see what's up. Yeah, I won't be joining either. Ben and Kamala will only care about double transitioned people and double transitioned people, no normal people. Mental health issues and trans. You'll have blue. You'll have blue hair when you run, dude. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yes. I love those kinds of jokes. Fuck yeah, dude. Chicken bites, that's what I'm talking about. You're, jeez. Oh. Dude, we last night I put on that Netflix show Boots, not knowing really what it was, and then of course it's Netflix makes everything super gay, and so it's about the this guy that joins the military. He's going through boot camp. That's gay. Of course, they make the military gay. You know, I mean, despite it, you know, having gay stuff in it, like it didn't seem like super in your face, you know, about it, and the show seems pretty decent. Just a little gay is all. Like Disney, yeah. Yeah, I don't know if you guys have been paying attention, but Netflix has been catching a lot of flack for that shit. Elon Musk has been, I don't know if it's necessarily the gay thing, but the trans thing for sure. Because there were like some kids shows with some trans characters in it, with like trans people making out with other people and little gay makeout sessions and kids shows. Transflix. Oh. This is looking like it wants to stop me out. Yeah, especially when you're going to a public school in Los Angeles. LA must be the trans and gay capital of the world. Oh, and yeah, just seeing Adam's comment. Yeah. Ben's not a day trader. He's a gay. He's a gay trader. Oh man. Yeah, dude, get the fuck out of there, man. I actually would probably enjoy living there, to be quite honest. Except for it's expensive, but I would love being by the beach. Weather's nice. But I think you should get the fuck out of there. Get you some family support. Beach is overrated and always dirty. Well, I don't know. I guess it just depends on whether or not you believe a beach is better than no beach, that's what I believe. Yes, homeless, that's no good. I wasn't considering the homeless. I should be considering the homeless though. That's a problem out there. It's a big one. It's a problem in downtown Denver too. Yeah. Luckily, I don't hardly ever go downtown. All right, I like this. I like this going short, at least for a pullback. Maybe not. This little mini pullback here that looks like it found some support. Yeah, I'm curious, Ben. What is rent there like for like a like a 2-bedroom apartment? Look at this stupid little breakout that's about to happen. Okay, well, I mean that's kind of what it's like in Denver, probably. Maybe you get it for a little cheaper. It just depends on where. Downtown Denver is probably about that. Yeah, true that. Weed's not free. You still got to pay for it, but it's legal. Well, in Colorado, and I'm sure it's the same in Los Angeles, I mean, you can, with a medical license, I think in Colorado, you can grow up to 100 marijuana plants. So, in that sense, it could be free. Yeah, I don't know if Texas will ever legalize weed. Or if they do, it'll be one of the last states. New plan, cul-de-sac, barnuminium, wheat farm. Let's fucking go. Let's do it. Integrity Farms. I haven't watched South Park in so long. Definitely one of my favorite cartoons, though. I guess we're breaking out again. Need to stop taking this short. All right. Yeah, this is, I guess it's kind of looking similar to what it did before, where it just didn't pull back that much and just kept going. This move I've been waiting for all morning to happen, and it's just not. I'll be right back. I'm gonna figure out what's for lunch. All right, I'll be right back. Yeah, same thing. Turkey and Swiss and everything. Yeah, yeah. Okay. All right. No, 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 no. All right, let's go. Little squeeze here. You got some special fries you get from Sam's Club too? Are they waffle fries? Oh yeah, I know what HEB is. I miss HEB. Fast fries. Okay. I like HEB better than like Randall's, Kroger's, King Soopers that we have here. Wondering if that was the only squeeze we're going to get out of this move. Let's see. Looks like we still got some squeezing we could do beyond this point here. I'm gonna let this ride for just a second. I'm gonna talk to Lacey about lunch, about potentially going somewhere, but give me one sec.
Be right back. Let's let this thing shake out. Maybe looking to target like 24,980. Let's go ahead and put a sell there. In case it pops up. Be right back. Ah, look at this stupid trade. I'm just watching this closely to see, or do we just take this high so that we can reverse? And now I'm trapped here. Order flow is looking bearish.
What's for lunch? I think we're getting snarfs. We were thinking about going somewhere, and then I think she needs to kind of chill at home and text some of her clients. And so we're getting snarfs, which is, I don't know if you remember snarfs when you were here, but it's a sandwich spot. It's really good. What are you having for lunch over there? Or you're, I guess, having dinner. Or did you already have dinner? You had some air fried salmon and veggies? Nice, man. You do a pretty clean diet, huh? Copy that, Adam. That's what's up. Hoping this can get just one more push higher. And not reverse. You don't need much fast food. Have to slow down on sugar as well. Yeah. Yeah, what kind of sugary stuff do you eat? Chocolate? This is looking like it wants to take this out, unfortunately. Very lame. Very, very lame. Looks like we might be coming down here. Okay, copy that.
Oh, you just put some chicken bites in the air fryer? Are they chicken nuggets or are they chicken bites? Are they dino nuggies? Fun fact, Adam was actually the first man on Earth. Dude, that's so sexist. They're budget friendly, so I can use them for lunch, so we should all listen to what he has to say. Yeah, that's super sexist. Adam can control this woman. Yeah, that's right. Is this gonna follow through this and go all the way through this thing? I'll explain how it's sexist. Because you said Adam is the first. You weren't thinking about Eve. Doesn't matter what's actually right. It just matters what you say. And what you said was sexist because you were prioritizing man. I don't know. You said fun fact, Adam was actually the first man on Earth. Yes, he is. Yeah, we shouldn't speculate. Are you talking to me? About me saying you were being sexist? Well, clearly there's a difference between being sarcastic. I wasn't really saying that you were sexist. So I think it goes back to you that you have to admit that you were wrong about Einstein. I'll put that back on you. Easily.
This is, I guess I'll close this. No bouncing from this. No bouncing from what I'm trying to get it bounced from. Dude, I think Ben's trying to get a little feisty today because he's not traded in a while. I'll refrain from thinking of all the ways I could call you a pussy, or for all the reasons I could call you a pussy. I'll refrain from that. You know what I'm saying? Man, this price action's kind of annoying. I think this will pump up and break this high, but let's see. Ugh, maybe not. Yo, just a quick serious question. What dildo is up your ass today? Why are you trying to start shit? I'm just gonna mute you. Dude, I stopped the bashing a long time ago. You brought up, the taking a break thing, so I talked about it. But I don't know. When was the last time I bashed you? I don't know. I think I ended it just um, after we discussed the taking a break for mental health thing. And that wasn't bashing either. That was just my general opinion on mental health breaks. God. I asked what? Well, you said bashed all morning. It was only at the beginning, like when you came in. And what in the actual fuck? Oh my god. Okay. I mean, I think all of it's good and fun until you start talking about trading. Then it gets serious. Dude, this fucking music kills me. Get out of here. Get out of here. Like when basically like if I'm in an active position and you're trying to talk shit about my trading, that's when it gets serious. Playtime's over. Difference between public accountability and humiliation, I would say. What, the short move? Yeah, it was a pretty nice short move. What do we got? 60 points there? Yeah, I'm good, Max. Everything's good. I'm not tilting or anything. But yeah, I mean, price action's been pretty whack, I would say. And my wins haven't been able to, like, my wins haven't been big. Unfortunately, like I had a couple of opportunities like here. If I would have held this, that would have made up for everything, but I didn't, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. You know, fucking technical problems with the copy trader. Every once in a while, it's like it'll disconnect or whatever for replication. I don't know. I just fixed it though. I hit this. I should have this up over here on the screen to make sure that it's always like connected. All right, we got power hour. I don't know what the fuck to expect here. Probably not too much. Maybe a drop down to VWAP. This is kind of the move I was wanting to happen all day. Couldn't get it. Couldn't get it to happen. Yeah, I think this trade was decent, and then this trade was decent. Everything else has kind of been blah. Like I've been wanting, like I took this breakout and it broke out for like whatever 40, 60 points. Not a ton of follow through, and then ranging from here to break this high and then to come back down. It's kind of lackluster price action. You like that first one because of volume and bubbles? This one right here? Yeah. This one made a lot of sense right here though, because look here, that. Right here, and price barely moved. So this one made a lot of sense. Yeah. Ooh, yeah, baby. Thanks, babe. That's what I'm talking about. Thanks, babe. Yeah, the Delta recovery. Yeah, I took this trade too. I just didn't hold it. I took it. I was in like down here. I don't know where I took it off. Probably up here, but could have held it. Here we go. We're recovering here. I don't know. We're gonna start pushing higher. Yeah. Oh yeah. I don't know. I don't know if we're gonna make it down here or not. It's kind of, it's kind of doing opposite of what I've been thinking because I was trying to long this right here. Still wanted to go short. Now it's starting to go long from down here. Up here, I was trying to, basically I'm like early. It seems like I'm early on all the moves. So like here, I was trying to short it right here. It goes long and then it starts going short. Here, I'm trying to long it here, then it goes short and then it goes long. So seem to be about like 5 to 10 minutes off on the cadence. This is looking like it's going to launch, like basically the move I wanted to happen right here 5 minutes ago. Or 10 minutes ago, really. I'm going to close it. Don't like it. What's up, pork and lamb? Ooh, 7K booked and 0 DTE options. We're nice, nice move. How the hell are you making money on options on a day like today? Did you go long from down here, or did you buy calls from down here? Nice, man. That was a nice win. Yeah, man. As long as I keep it small today, I can make up for it tomorrow. I'm going to be watching 315 and 330. I would like to take a short down to this view app. But I think one more bounce up here or potentially up here could happen. Let's see. Today's been pretty shitty. If I could just get one good trade, I might not get it, so I might not want to expect it, but it'd be nice to get at least one good, decent trade. Looking like we might want to push up to here. One more level. Try to go short here and long here. So like today, basically when I want to take a direction or take a trade, I need to wait like 5 to 10 minutes. Here we go. Thinking maybe we were up here around 3:30. And then maybe 3:45 we start moving down a little bit. Although right now it's looking pretty squeezy. One thing that seems to be a little unique about the price action today is we're not getting huge reactions out of levels like reversals. Like it hangs out a little bit before moving back. Like see here, kind of hung out around here, made a few attempts and then moved back up here. It's not like we swept something and then immediately came back down. It's like we hung out up here and came down. Same thing right here where it reversed. Same thing here. Here was a pretty decent instant reversal, and so is here. Not sure what to make of this yet. Might pop that high. Let's say the initial breakout worked today. I mean, it did. I took it. It wasn't a lot. It was basically from here to here. I mean, it was 60 points. Well, let's see. It was about 50 points. So yeah, it did work. Yeah. I'm watching for a potential setup at 3:30 and 3:45. I was watching this area for a short. Right here. It didn't line up with my timing. So I don't know. This could just be a pullback. Could go break this high. But my thought was it was going to come up here and potentially stop in this area and start going short. Cool, man. I'm just not moving with a ton of conviction. Thinking that'll probably change over the next like 15 minutes. Was also trying to take under consideration my trades have been early today, like getting in early. Funny how that works. You make an adjustment for something that's been happening and then it changes. All right, minute and a half to 3:30. We'll see what's up. My thought was 3:30, 3:45. We could start making our way down to this VWAP. See what happens. We got 1 minute to 3:30. Let's see if anything changes. Oh, you just bought some calls? 5 seconds. No change here. Still looking a little lethargic. Yeah, pork and lamb. I'm not. I thought today was going to give us a little more clarity on which direction it was going to head from here, and it didn't really give me any clarity. Looks like we're ranging a little bit. Yeah, Max, I'm not sure I'm going to get the move either. Pork and lamb, they're jalapeno chips. Let's see. Yeah, for this being kind of the end of the day, I mean, I guess we've just been going back and forth pretty much the majority of the day. So, I don't know. It's looking pretty lackluster. So, in hindsight, I like this move and I like the breakout. This one's, I don't know. We started seeing confirmation here once we got over VWAP. Could have taken this one. Really just about, and this pullback here would have been a pretty good one too. I can't remember if I took that, but so this one, this one, this one, and this one, I think are the only clear ones. I'm watching it up here in this gap. You'd say the first one for sure. I saw price action and how quickly it recovered after the sweep. It was confident and long at the open, but the one at the delta change, maybe the most obvious one. Yeah, I think so. Hmm. It's kind of scary, to be honest, how calm it is. Sorry about the technical issues. My streaming platform shut down and then updated. So sick. But I'm in short. I got to break even in. So hoping this can dump a little bit. If this stops me out break even, that'll be like my 6th break even trade today. Looking like it's going to. Yep, there it is. A little frustrating because what has been happening today is it'll hit my break even and then go. Might be willing to do one more try. Yeah, this might have to call it on that. Let's try one more. This will be my my last trade, win or lose. Might just expect the Asian session to run up, maybe potentially gap up. If this was the bounce we had. Short squeeze. Yeah, it looks like I'm going to get squeezed out here, but I don't know if you guys are out there, but if you are, I will catch you tomorrow. Sorry for the technical issues and pretty shitty day trading, but in any case, I'll see you tomorrow. I'll be back. Hopefully I can trade better tomorrow. Some better price action, but I hope everybody else stays safe. Peace out.